Hello, hello. How is everybody? Thank you all for dropping by. It turned into a rainy Saturday. It's still Saturday. So I was kind of like, I think it'd be fun to play with a kit, and I picked this one up. This is, oh, Judy, you'll know for sure, but I think this is the March Close to My Heart card making workshop kit, and I hadn't played with one of theirs before. It seems like a pretty cool. Oh, hello, Jasmine. How are you? Janine or Janine. Good morning. Let me know how to actually pronounce your name. I think it's Janine because that's how Elizabeth always says it. So if that is not correct, yell at me. Anyway, so I don't know. We might be here a while because this makes 16 cards and I'm not that fast. But I do have my Fisker's trimmer out because we're going to have to cut up a lot of stuff. Oh, thank you for saying good morning. Let me welcome all the folks in. I saw Lala was here way early. Hello, Lala. How are you? And then Judy dropped by. I hope you were feeling better. I know that you were dealing with some health stuff. And yeah, the cat's crawling all over my desk because, of course, he is. Whoops. There we go. And and hello, Janine. Anyway, so I've never used one of these kits before. I did do an unboxing a while ago when I got it, so I do like these plastic bag. I think I'm keeping this plastic bag because it's hard to find like something to put 12 by 12 paper in that doesn't fall apart. I'm sure there's an actual solution to that, but so we need lots of things I don't own, so that this will be the most of them are inks and you know related thing. I mean, which is basically what do I need that I don't own? A bunch of inks. I have a bunch of ink. A sponge. I don't know that I have a sponge. I do have a sponge. I have a bunch of spongy brushes that are I was playing with. We have an unfit, not the correct embossing and cut machine, but we'll make do. I did like. Well, once we get into this, the dies on this are relatively small, so I think I can get away with my mini. And things called blocks. Well, we have blocks and stamp positioners and a paper trimmer and all sorts of other things. Okay. And a ruler, which we have and I never use. Oh, hey, Wims, how are you? Welcome, welcome. We're just looking through what we get to make, and then we'll see how we go. And with these kind of kits, I found like doing the cutting everything up, sorting it, and then getting it into the envelopes. Or if this, I don't know if we get envelopes in this thing, but if we don't get envelopes, I have lots of envelopes. But like if you sort it, then you don't necessarily need to make all the cards at once, but like you're at least in a position where you can make more easily. Close to my heart, I had circle sponges. I know I've seen them in Michael's too that were like I mean they're designed for I think primarily watercolor and acrylic painting, but I actually probably have one in one of my many, many boxes of paint somewhere, but that's cool. Uh yeah, I mean sponging is a nice ink technique. I don't use it as much as I could. And I should because I really like the ink smushing. I also like that this is printed out. As I mentioned on some live, I'll say in the past, when Close to My Heart was going to go out of business, well, announced it's going out of business. It had all the workshop PDFs online. I do have a copy of those if anyone needs anything. It didn't include this kit because I think I like took the snapshot before this one got released. But in any event, I do like this is full color. Club Scrap doesn't print out their stuff, and I just use the digital version, but I guess I can bring this close. So we have a cute little card with a banner. These are all A2s. This one, you see this compass die thingy is sort of the die that's included, as you might imagine. I do like the use of the banners. And then we have this is actually I think this is not like the mini slimline that I make. This is a full slimline, but Like, I think it's a full front panel, but you can make there's a really cool thing I've done a few times where you can make a mini slimline. Let's just and let's see how the labeling on this works. Okay, so kind of like KCC, they're little scissors. In fact, KCC probably got it from here, but they basically tell you where your first cut should be, although I think we can figure that out, but it's nice to have. And it looks like 2B, 1A, 3B. Let's see. So it looks like the letter is what card this is part of. Um, and they have these little swatches on here. Judy probably knows all about this stuff, but this is my first time. So, like where it shows you the front and back of the paper. Cut orientation. Alrighty. Yeah, so they're showing a cut orientation with the kind of the strip this way. Sorry, you can't see where I'm pointing. The strip towards the blade, basically, because these are not this or not the current orientation I have. These are the other one. And this is the only one that really matters on because everything else is kind of directional. Yeah, so you can see like this one, the strip's this way. The other one, the strip is sort of facing up. It's kind of difficult to see with this particular pattern, at least in my brain, but like because they're little passport thingies, they're or we'll cut it wrong and use the other side, whatever. And then you have all your colors, which we'll get into in a second. Oh, this is clever. So they leave you with extra, shows you where to actually die cut. So you don't need to extra paper, which is kind of neat. And I will say some of these you're going to get extra leftover, which is cool. P4. That looks like that's neat. There's like a little location-y doodad there. Anyway, you can tell I can't remember what actually was in here. So this is pretty neat. So it'll tell you. I see. Okay. So it's giving you all your pieces and it's interesting. So it's giving you the base piece and tells you what color things are. Toffee, which we'll assume is a brown. I'm not paying attention to you. Yeah, it is detailed, which I like because similar to the Club Scrap one, the neat thing about these really is that obviously you'll use up the paper, and you might not lose the stamps or the dies, but like if you have these cutting guides, you could make this a whole different theme, right? Like if I went and grabbed my like some 12 by 12 holiday paper and coordinating cardstocks, I could make this be Christmas, which is good because I might do that because I have leftover Christmas stuff. I don't know, like with the compass, how would that look with whether or not you choose to use the compass or make that a tree or whatever. Anyway, very detailed, shows you the finished card, even though I'm off camera. Oh, thank you, Judy. That's a good tip. Okay, so Judy is informing us of things, which is fantastic because as I've said, I know nothing about Stampin' Up and I know nothing about Close to My Heart, which is funny that I'm doing projects with both now, but sometimes this is the world we live in. But if you follow the guide, there's leftover paper so you can do more things. Yeah, I mean, Judy might know more. As I understand it, the sort of the driving factor behind their clothing was more that the owner was dealing with health stuff for an extended period of time, essentially. Um, so it's sort of like, and I mean, I don't know about in the Philippines, but you see that here with a lot of family businesses too, where it's like, well, if it's sort of a one-person shop and somebody isn't dealing with health stuff, it's just very difficult unless you have something else. Oh, cool. Oh, that is very neat. So do you scrapbook, Judy? Like, the only reason I never got into them is I always thought of them as like a scrapbook company. Like, I wish someone would have told me there was like cards, but anyway, do not waste the entire time. So this is our first card. I do like this use of the banner. Reminds me of a Kendra card actually, because Kendra is very in love with banners as well. Let's see. Tips, dovetail first, and then I'm reading this Scarlet banner. Dovetail first, which I assume we're talking about the base here. And then leather the paper. Oh, I see, where it's a crumple it and then fold it back out. I probably won't be doing that because I like a clean look. But I can see how you would like this, like as sort of a, more of a used map kind of vibe. But that's the cool thing about these kits. You can make them whatever you want. Anyway, we have some tearing techniques. I actually have my fancy tearing thingy. We'll see. I'm not that big into tearing, honestly. I mean, the neat thing about the close to my heart paper is that because it's white core. Sorry, I do not know where I'm on camera today. You get this kind of ripped look. Obviously, you don't have to do that if you want more of a cleaner look. I tend to go cleaner, but And then we have there's a lot of ripping in this particular kit, and a lot of crumpling with this paper to have a used, more distressed look. Let's see, and then you're die cutting your accent, you're stamping it, yada yada yada. I think that's fairly straightforward. And then the last one is the slimline. Ink toffee. Oh wow, there's a very subtle. I can hardly even see it on camera. Maybe you guys can. This Scarlet has a very subtle over inking. Oh, thanks, mommy. I always forget to tell people to do the YouTubey things. If you are watching, and if you're coming in from the YouTube Shorts feed, feel free to follow me for more stuff. I guess I should tell it while I pull this out and we sort our stuff. I will say that there are 4 days I usually am doing stuff. Sorry, 3 days I'm usually doing stuff. This isn't one of them. But generally, Tuesday I do a project video, and ooh, these are neat. Anyway, Thursday I stream with friends, including Lala and anybody else. If anybody is interested in streaming with me, just let me know. These are nice envelopes. Anyway, and then Sunday we do something. Often on Saturdays I'm over on my friend Lynn's channel, which is LB Handcrafted. I'm just sorting envelopes. But not today. Today they're doing the Spellbinders Club kits, which I don't generally get them, although I might this year or this month because they have a very neat looking theme. They have like a set that's like ice cream and stuff, and I am all about the summer foods. Anyway, so what I do, similar to with these kind of cutting things, is I just use an accordion file, and I just put them into like the first 4 so that we can basically keep all the pieces together. And then what I'll do is then basically separate them out into all the pieces you need for a single card and then go from there. And we'll see how far we get today. These are very neat. They look like they're like a wood cut sticker, essentially. So it looks like it's much thinner than like if you're used to seeing those laser woodcut things at the craft store, this is thinner than that. which is nice because it doesn't add weight. It's like a very thin balsa wood that's been laser cut, and then it's adhesive on the back. That is really cool. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. When I was at my in-person crop, I got some really cool, close to my heart, like dimensional stickers, but they were made out of plastic and not chipboard, which is kind of nice because they had more of a, the color of the thing. I think we can, let's see. So we have a bunch of card bases, which I will fold. It's nice to not have to cut the card bases. We have our bits and pieces here. Then we have our various. So we have 2 pieces of the passport paper. This is a map on the back, basically. It's sort of a pretty subtle map. This is a really nice color, actually. I'm guessing this is the toffee that I don't own. But anyway, then we have sort of a lighter buff. This is the scarlet. We have a darker brown. I'm guessing this is the toffee color. This is something else. We have a slightly off-white, I think. Yeah, a slightly vanilla-y white. It's not reading on camera, but in real life, this is a little subtler than a bright white. And then we have his favorite color, royal blue. This is reading a little lighter. This is darker in real life. It is reading a little lighter than it actually is on camera. And then a fabulous green. Hello, Marissa. Welcome. Where did I find this kit? I bought so after my crop, which was at the beginning of April, I had met a local maker, and she had been doing it. It wasn't running a sale, but was like she was running some sort of something, and I picked this up around maybe the 5th or 6th of April. I believe this is an actual March kit. I don't know what exactly is still being sold. I know when I had checked the Close to My Heart site this morning, and it's basically just a redirect to Stampin' Up! Now. So I don't know where I put my bone folder. Well, that's going to be a problem shortly. Let me see if I can find that. But I don't know. Here it is. The good news of like losing bone folders is now I have an extra one. So when I lose, this is the original because you can see that the writing is all worn off. But anyway. No, it's not a very feminine design, is it? It's a very it's very masculine adjacent. It's kind of interesting, really, right? Because if you had subbed out this scarlet for like a pink, you could have made a really nice sort of like ladies traveling variant of this. Obviously, it's not in the pattern paper, but it would be interesting to do a riff on this and make them like a more feminine card. I don't know. Depends on your taste, obviously. These are pre-scored, and bump always goes in the center. And I'm going to burnish these. I would say this is a lighter weight card base if you have preferences about such things. Obviously, if you wanted a heavier weight one, this is probably it's probably 80 pound because I think it's heavier than the 57 pound I have. Yeah, I guess I wasn't registered on Close to My Heart's website. So I don't know. I don't know if I thought that there were a bunch of Close to My Heart things coming out soon-ish. Well, I mean in the next, I don't know, however many months. I'm obviously not super close to it, but what I had heard that I want to say through August there were kits made by Close to My Heart that were already basically in production when they were going out of business. I guess I shouldn't say going out of business because they're kind of like part of another company now. So it's more like transitioning. I'll use the word transitioning. Probably a good word to use this time of year anyway. But there we go. So we have our 4 slim lines, and now I'm just going to score these other guys. These are A2s. Paper is all the same. This looks to be a true white, by the way, if anyone was curious, because this is Nina 110, which comes across in real life as slightly less white than the white. So this I think is a true white. I think in the kit it's more of a vanilla thing. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So I think that I know my friend's maker site went away last month, and I know that they were close to my heart was originally going to be out of business at the end of this month, but I know that I believe that someone had said to me that Stampin' Up had purchased their remaining inventory, which basically goes through August, and then there were going to be kits developed after that point that were more in line with the close to my heart kits, which I actually kind of like. Well, I don't know. I guess I feel like and I think close to my heart might have had these too, but I feel like I'll say Paper Pumpkin-esque kits of all the things are pre-cut. Fill is definitely an important need for new crafters, which is I don't own anything and I just want to make some cool cards. But I much prefer these kind of kits where you actually cut stuff because it feels like crafting, where the other kits to me feel more assembly-ish. But that said, if it's a weeknight, I'm probably going to reach for a pre-cut kit because, I am generally not super into getting into a big, thoughtful craft project after 8 hours of work. Oh, yeah. So I have 2. They're identical. It's funny because so on my desk I have a glass mat, and one of them was living under the glass mat for like 3 months. And I replaced it entirely. I replaced it. So I have 2 of these. These are from Cat Scrappiness, which is Kathleen Digger's brand. But really, I think basically all the bone folders are the same. So I don't know that it matters one way or the other. But yeah, so I have 2 of them. I'm kind of interested to try the Stampin' Up one actually, because these are very like candy bar ish in the way they're developed. So because they're thick, you have this like tip that you can use to like round petals. Do I have scraps on my desk? Here's a scrap, maybe. So what you can do with this is basically just use your finger and then do that, so you can get your off camera. You can get your paper to curve. So this is really nice for like a floral die cut or something. If you want your petals to kind of curve up, there you can kind of see how this would look. Anyway, but the Stampin' Up one is very flat, so I'm curious how it's different. Anyway, we have our 16 card bases folded. Oops, there we go. So now we get to the part of the program where I actually do something, which is always interesting. Usually what I do is misplace my instructions. Now let's see. So the zip strips we actually need. Oh, that is clever. Oh, that's clever. Okay, so like these are the actual like branding strips. I'm sure I'm the only one surprised by this, but like if I grab the pattern paper, right, on the back, the branding strip has this polka dot pattern. Here you can see it. But this actually gets used as part of cards. P1, P2. So we cut this off and then cut this into 3. So we can figure out what card this is. It's unfortunate it's not marked what card this is on, but let's guess. I believe P pattern. Pattern, I guess. I don't know what a P is. That's interesting. First cut line, short line, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Oh, hi, Shay. How are you? Welcome. I mean, we can just look at the cards and say, I don't need one there. I don't need one there. Okay, so the longer zip strip goes on card 2. The shorter zip strip goes on card 1. So yeah, so the number here. So on these, the number is the card. On the on like these pieces, the letter is the card. So anyway, let's cut off a zip strip. We can just cut off both zip strips. This is actually, you guys are all fairly experienced, but I would say that like one thing that as a new person was very confusing to me was you should always actually measure your pattern paper to 12 by 12 and then cut off your branding strip, because depending on the brand, that will sometimes vary. And then that gives you the ability to basically cut this to a straight. Now, this is almost perfect. There's a very thin, there's a thin green line, but I think that's fine. And then you can see on this side how there's a little extra border. Anyway, let us cut these to 4 inches because we can do, or 3 inches, right? Yeah. And we can do this in a couple different ways. If I bring this all the way down to the bottom, so if I bring this down to the bottom, I can actually measure this and not go crazy. So I may do it that way. It makes it a little harder. So I'm going to go to 9 inches and make sure I'm relatively straight here, because the guide doesn't go all the way down to the bottom. So I'm not going to, I don't have anything to ground it to. But at the top, I also, so I'm just going to eyeball this and make sure it's straight, and then hold this very carefully. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing at all. I'm sorry. There we go. Then we're going to cut this we're going to cut it at 9, 6, and 3, basically, so that we get 4. Oops. Piece down. I said 3. Yes, I did. Okay, 9, 6, and 3. There we go. Then figure out here's one of my pieces. Here's the other one. Just find the third one. Oh, goodness. Where did you go? Do. Ah, here it is. And of course, I would be off camera. So these go on the second card, and we can trim if this gets annoying on the card. Sorry, if this little branding edge is annoying, what I can do is I'm probably not going to do it on my big trimmer, but if I grab ignore the random stuff sitting on my trimmer, but what I can basically do is stack these up, and I think I can just do 2 at a time and cut this little green edge off, because I just need to cut off like a fly's eyelash, essentially. And that's what this trimmer is great for, just sort of So I am going to put this to 1/2 inch and close it. And then we will cut off our little fly's eyelash. And then we have our 1/2 inch, which is what we are going for. And then I will do that a second time. You could do this with the whole thing, but I don't know. I might do that next time. Uh, and what I'm doing is I'm also just making sure that the blade is going towards sort of the side here where there is. That's pretty good. We're going towards the the side where you can just sort of ground it. Anyway, we have our first piece cut. So we're slightly closer than we were before. So these guys I'm going to go and put into card 2. And I'm going to cut off the other zip strip because that's what the instructions said to do. And since we know this is a little long, I'm going to just let this sort of float over the edge and hopefully get this completely correct. I think I am close. We will see. If not, I love this. This Fiskars trimmer was actually recommended by one of my good friends. And we are close, but not quite close enough. But I'm going to go back. Going to go and try and cut off a fly's eyelash on here because it's a little easier to see. Now, if you are working with a super thin piece, something I find helpful might be good. Yeah, because we only inch and 3/4. There's would be here. There's an inch and 3/4. And there's an inch and 3/4. And that is also an inch and 3/4. One of the love it or hate it things about this trimmer is that it is magnetic. So that's why once you have it down, it kind of sticks. So that's kind of a love it or hate it thing. This one got cut a little crooked. Whoops, sorry. This is a little crooked, which is hard to see here. But I'm going to save this because I actually really like this paper. And I think you could use this to do a little inside decorating on something. Anyway, I have my 4 pieces. I just think it's so ingenious to use LeBran. Oh, we're back. Okay. I was spinning for a moment and then no, I'm not. So anyway, welcome back if you are. Anyway, so we have our 4 little pieces. This goes on card, I want to say 1. But that is a great tip. But the other thing to be aware of is like if you are a fan, or maybe not even a fan, but a consumer of the Recollections cardstock, that is often not cut entirely true. So like that's if you're just cutting based on pure measurement, if you're using the Michaels cardstock, I would say make sure it's square because they apparently have a couple different plants and sometimes it gets cut square and sometimes not so much, which I mean is just sort of how things work. But let's see. front and back, front and back. So we need one of our pattern pieces. One thing I do like a little bit better about the Club Scrap version of their instructions is they always suggest doing the like replaceable paper first. So where this would get kind of tricky if you didn't do it that way. So we want the passports facing this way for this particular piece. So basically we want to cut 2 1-inch strips to start with. I'm going to just move this guy out of the head. So 2 1-inch strips. I guess as long as the orientation is, it gets a little interesting, right? Because in terms of, so like if I'm cutting, like do I rotate this in 100 completely around? I don't think it matters, but I think it matters more that these with the score lines in the middle are probably going to be like a mini card. Let's see if we can figure it out. So it's not on this card. It's not on the... Oh, maybe it is. No. So where is this one going? I am curious. Oh, those are cut lines. Okay, so yeah. I don't think this matters. We'll go with my theory and see if it is correct. Because, well, I don't know. I should probably follow the instructions, even though it seems a little counterintuitive. Because if I'm cutting this way, I would rotate this whole thing around and then cut off two 1-inch segments. So let's do that. Let us at least attempt to follow the instructions. Anyway, so I would go to 11. Then I would go to 10. And then what are my next increments? 2 inches, then 2 inches, which would take me to 8. And then 2 inches would take me to 6. And then, whoops, 2 inches would take me to 8. 2 would take me to 6. 2 1/4, sorry, 2 1/2 and 2 1/2. So 4 would be 2 1/2. So this is 3 1/2, if you're keeping track. And then this I would just probably go to, well, this I could just go to 2 1/2. And then this is extra for decorating. This is extra for decorating. I am putting this to the side. So that leaves me with a 2 1/2, a 2 1/2. So if we go back here, we have this sort of a configuration. So I'm going to stack these and put them over here. I'm going to move my scraps. Is this something? Yeah, maybe. Just going to put the scraps in the back pocket of my accordion file. I'm going to go back here and say, so for these pieces, we want these to be 5 1/2 and 5 1/2. These would have been cut like this, right? So I guess it actually doesn't matter. I'm kind of overthinking this as to whether or not things need to be right side up, but it kind of doesn't matter. Anyway, I mean, it matters, but like if it's not right side up, you could rotate the whole thing and it would then be right side up. So this will be 5.5. And then we'll grab this. It will also be 5.5. The one nice thing about doing these 4-card multiples is that, it's, and we have an itty bitty little square left over. Leftovers go in the leftover pile. These are both 5.5. I usually like true these up at the end to make sure that these are basically all the same size. Anyway, then we reference our guide. Oh, hey, Cordelia. How are you? I just saw you come in. Hello, Carla. All sorts of people here today. I am surprised and happy that you are all available. So these are all 2B. I get, well, it's interesting, right? Because like with the pattern paper, it's P and then the card, but then with all the other pieces, it's 2, it's the card, it's whatever number piece anyway. So this is B, so this is going into card number 2. Slightly confusing. Only in my head. And then we're gonna cut a couple different things. So next I want my more narrow pieces. Those are these 2.5-inch ones. And we are going to cut this at 4.25 and 4.25, and then we need to do a little fancy business when we're done. So did I say 4.25? I think I said 4.25. I said 4.25. 4.25 is a great card measurement. Anyway, so 4.25. Screw these up. Go back to 4.25. Then we're going to do a different thing with this one, but these two 4.25s go into card A. I will put. I would say that's one thing I found from trying to organize mass makes is like once you get to a piece that you know is going to be a piece you're going to hang on to, keep it that way. These, put these back. These are going to cut to. I'm going to cut these to 2.25. Sorry, 1.75, and then we're going to cut them to 2.25. So we're just going to cut a 1/4 inch off, I think. Yeah, so 1/4 inch off, that's going to be scrap. And then two and a quarter. 2.25. Oh, I see. Okay. I was having a mental moment. 2.25 and 2.25. And then from these remaining strips, we're going to get more pieces. So these little guys are going to go into card D, which is the slim line. I'm curious what these are for, actually. Those go into D. This stuff is all scrap. Well, if it would like to come. There we go. Get our scraps out of the way. Okay, so now we have these two guys. These two we are going to cut at 4.25. Yeah, so these are all these are almost identical cuts. So this is 4.25. This is 4 1/4. I don't know if you can hear outside, like, we're once again having a very rainy May here in southern Wisconsin. They are. They're very clear, which I like. I mean, I think the thing is, right, that, you know, when you're working on something like these, you're always concerned about like messing up the pattern paper, because it's like I worry about, because then I'm like, well, I can't really replace the pattern paper easily. So this, let's see, what am I cutting this to? 2 1/4 by 1 1/4. So this we're just gonna cut off. Gonna cut this to 2 1/4, and then to 1 1/4. Sorry, 1 3/4. 1 3/4, and then these go into D as well. And then we have extras. Wonder what this itty bitty little piece for D is. But we've successfully cut one of our several pieces of 12 by 12. Since the card bases are their own thing, you don't really have to worry about it. But if you are doing card bases from 12 by 12, the grain of the paper matters, because generally the paper will fold more easily in one direction. So now we grab our other piece, and then you wind up with this extra piece, which basically we can just use for decorating later. Now in this one, the passports go up and down. Like that. And then we want this to be 1 1/2. This is 1 1/2. And then we're going to cut this into 4 pieces, basically. So we're going to cut it 9, 6, and 3. So I'm just going to do that because it's a pretty easy cut. I do like that these cuts are, like, I don't know, cuts that make sense in my brain. So we get 3 pieces. Oh, something's a little wonky. Oh, one of these is a little off. Let's just... I seem to have torn a little bit of that. See, it looks like I tore this a little bit, but it'll be fine. Let me find the one that's a little wonky. Here we go. And you can either put I'm gonna just put this back on the trimmer, but just to make sure I get a square cut. There we go. Well, not really. Let's bring this up. It must be... There we go. Must be just the end. How I was situated at the end of this blade, I guess, didn't quite work out. Let's see. I do like these instructions. And I don't know if it reads on camera, but they're printed on glossy, almost like photo paper. So, like, the colors are very true to what the actual colors are. I guess you can tell. So, like, this is the real paper, and this is the printout. So it's nice that the colors are, like, the same. Anyway, these all go in C. Or 3. You know. Whatever we want to call it. And then we go back and we have this piece, and then we basically want to cut at 5 1/2. Next cut is at 5 1/2. That makes me think this is probably the front of something. A card, perhaps. And here's you can see where it didn't quite cut properly. On got this little accidentally distressed piece. But depending on how this is used, you can always kind of cheat. And this is harder to cheat on because it's directional paper. But let's see where this goes. So this is going to go in for card base A. No, that's not right. I'm not right on that, am I? No, these are A. These are gonna go on A. Oh, we're lucky. Okay. So we can just cut from this other end and then it doesn't matter. Fabulous. So we just need to cut 2.5. And then this is a scrap. Anyway. Well, that's convenient. But generally what I would say is if you do wind up with something that's more noticeable, you can always just put bling on top of it. That's usually what I do. Or you can mess with your actual card layout too, to the point that it doesn't matter or matters less. In these original, I'm probably not how I'm going to do them, but in the original concept, like these are fairly distressed cards too. So if you're doing these sort of the way they're designed, where they're a pretty distressed card, then like mangling part of this probably won't even be noticeable. It'll actually be one of those things that's like, it's more of a feature than a bug. Anyway, these go into card A, which is card 1. That's interesting because I didn't even notice these on that card. Although that's kind of the interesting thing about some of these, where it's... One A. Is this 1A? This is 2A. 2A. I'm just curious how these goes together now. Oh, this is 2A. Oh, this would have been fine. So these were going to flip this way, and then if you do it the original way, it gets distressed anyway. Yeah, they're passports. They look kind of like books, though. Like if you don't read that it's a passport, it doesn't quite read. Because I have a pattern paper that isn't part of this kit, but they close to my heart made one that was like luggage essentially. I don't remember where I said I'm putting this. Card A. Or 1. The first card. Anyway, like you could use luggage or something else, certainly. This is a scrap. I'm gonna save it. I really like this map paper is really cool on the back. So I think where Club Scrap is we want to use all of our things. The nice part about Close to My Heart is it looks like you're getting enough like oopsie paper where that's probably not an actual term, but like enough, you're getting enough paper where like if something does get mangled a little bit, it's pretty easy to repair, which is kind of a nice thing. I'm cutting this to 4 1/4, and then we have an extra bit. We will put in our extra bit area. And then we are cutting these to 2 1/4. And probably if I could do math more easily, I would do that. But math is hard on a weekend. Unless it's like 2 inches or something. I can do that kind of math in my head. But some of the like 1/4 inch math is always a little bit more challenging. Then I always feel really relieved by the time when the like pattern paper is done being cut, because then I don't really have to worry about like I feel like if I mess up colored cardstock, I probably have something similar. But like the pattern paper, I'm always a little like, if I lose that, that would be not great. And this is a pretty significant piece to have left over, which is cool. So we are done with page 1. So as we move forward, oh, that's a good idea, Judy. I didn't think of that. You could just write in pencil on them and then erase it, which would be pretty nice. Moving on, we have, I'm curious how many pieces of, so there are 6 pieces, so there are eight pieces of cardstock. That's not too bad. Anyway, blue, which is probably not called blue. It's probably called something fancy. Oh, it says it's called sapphire. Wouldn't sapphire be green? I guess emeralds are green and sapphires are blue. Never mind. Very pretty. I like this. It's almost a navy, but not quite. I mean, it's not quite as grayed out as a navy. Anyway, this has no branding strip, so we're going to trust that it's 12 by 12. It looks like it is. If you are concerned about such things, we can measure it, but this looks perfect. So, what are we going to do first? Now, direction on this obviously doesn't matter a ton. We are just going to cut 2 3-inch pieces and then cut those in half. Right, so we're going to cut a bunch of 3 by 6. So that means we just have to cut this to 9 because I can do that math in my head. And cut this to 9, cut it to 6. If I can get that lined up. There we go. Cut it to 6. We will move the half sheet over for now. And then we cut these at 6. And these are going to be part of one of our cards for sure. And the neat thing about this cardstock is it's white core. So if you want to distress it, you will actually get the white show through. I actually did a card. I should see if I can grab it. Where I embossed it and then distressed it, and it was really kind of a cool look. You're right. Like you're very true that it's very true that you don't think that the learning rulers is gonna help you, but like, yeah, or like, or like getting really good at the math to say like if I'm cutting like 2 5/8 off a 12-inch thing, what's left over? Anyway, these all go into card 1A, whatever. I'm using A and 1 interchangeably. So then we just need to cut off 2 1 1/4-inch pieces. Now this I think I can do because 5 would be 1 inch and then another one is 1/4. So I can do that 1 1/4, but then I'm going to go down to 1 1/4 because I don't know what that other dimension is. The good news is this is going to be essentially leftover. Oh, that's kind of janky. The good news is this piece that I just cut crooked is going to be left over for. And the reason that happened is that if you don't hold down the bar, paper can move around on you on this particular trimmer. For sure. So I'm going to remeasure this to 1 1/4. One and a quarter. There we go. Wow, I really didn't measure that correctly. Anyway, but these are perfect. So Hooray. What are we doing with them? We're cutting them at 5.5 twice to, I would guess, get some layering pieces. Maybe these card bases aren't A2 because there's a lot of 5.5s here. So I may be wrong on what size they are. We will have to measure them momentarily. This goes in card C. Then we have some little scrappies. We're just basically gonna die cut with, or I should say this piece. It's suggested to be cut at 3 inches, so we can do that. Because again, that's a pretty easy cut to know how to do. And really with this trimmer, it tends to move around on you if you're using more than one piece of card quite often. And I just cut one of these wrong, but that's okay. Since we're die cutting, this is probably less of a big deal. As you can see, one of these is cut not the right size. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. These all go into... I think I'll leave these to the side. We need to cut one of the compasses and one of the star bits out of it. These are a little wide for my machine, so we might have to use the real die cutting machine. Of course, if you had a 3.5-inch machine, this would work really nicely. I'm just going to put all the pieces we need to die cut just in the front here so that we can... I had some junk in the front. Well, maybe we don't. We'll put all those in, let's say 5, just so we can then go back and figure out what we need. Again, if I wasn't able to cut one of these, I could just get normal cardstock because I probably have something that's blue. What we want next is the lighter one, which is called something. Oh, that's a good tip. I didn't even think of that, but that's very true. You can use a marker to color the sides, or ink or whatnot that you might have. These are... I'll say these. What word do I want to use that's correct? Like these are all fairly like usual colors. There's nothing here to me that says, "Wow, this is really." So I have a darker and a lighter. So I want the lighter one for this cut. I like this color palette. It's very... I don't know. It's very much to my liking. Anyway, so first cut is at 2 inches, which is 10 inches here for us people doing subtraction. Now we have a 2-inch. I will just move this temporarily and say, then we cut it 4 inches, a bunch. So we cut it 8 and then 4. These go into card D. And I feel like kind of like the other kit like this I did, like these tend to be pretty layered cards depending on if that's your vibe or not. What else? What do we do next? Next, we are doing 2.5 inches. 2.5 inches wide is our next cut. So I will just that's 2.5. Here's our piece, 2.5, and then we are going to cut at 2 3/4, which is almost 3. With almost a really easy cut. It's still a pretty easy cut, but it would have been easier if it was a whole number I could do in my head. Not that that's the kid's problem, that I can't do mental math that well, but, you know. Very small scrap. We have 4 of these. They all are the same size, which is nice when that happens. Those go into 1G. 1G. Oh, I may have screwed this up. I guess the number is the card and the paper. Oh, goodness. Go me. This will be fun when we go to this. 1B. Okay. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Great. So the number is always the card, and so I've been putting things in the wrong place. So our shorting will be interesting. So let's just keep calling everything by its number, because it's easier. Oh yes, that's a good point. I didn't mention that. So there's a lighter side and a darker side. I believe the darker side is the true color, and the lighter side is the half a tone lighter, essentially. Anyway, next we need to cut 2 that are 2 inches, which I can probably figure out. I mean, of course, you could also just use whichever side you like better, but it is a good point to remember that they're not identical on both sides. Which I always kind of liked, because it seemed like a great idea to give people more options that way. So we have 2. And then we want to cut this at 4 1/4, and then we have some leftover pieces. 4 1/4. And I just stack these up because they're the same cut. 4 1/4. 4 1/4. Extra bit. This is for card 3 to die cut out of. But I'm still going to put these. We'll follow our original idea and put these in 5, because they're for die cutting. These I'll go in card 2. And then we want to cut another 2-inch piece, but most of this we're going to save for die cutting. 2-inch piece. There we go. And then we want one more 2x4. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is of the first piece we cut, this is the remaining piece to get to 4. And this goes in card number 3. And I think I can grab the other 3 that I put in the wrong one and put them back in card number 3. And then we have a long piece left over that we cut at. Then this is basically left over for die cutting for card number 3. So I'm just going to put this in card number 3. And then we want to cut 2 half-inch pieces, which is going to be really hard to do on this trimmer. So I'm going to swap trimmers again. I want to cut, 2 half-inch pieces. And I love this trimmer for short, like narrow pieces because it's got these lines on the other side of the blade, so it makes it really easy to cut things like half inches that I have a really tricky time doing sometimes. Anyway, the other thing you can do if you prefer, and then this is extra. We'll put it in the extra pile. What was I saying? Oh, I don't know what I was saying. I was saying something. It probably didn't make much sense if I don't remember what it was. Then we want to cut these at 4.5, which I can just do here since it's here. And then cut this at 4.5 again. And we have some extras that we don't need. And then these go into a card somewhere. We are one step closer. Hey, Lala. Oh, hey, Cordelia. These go into card 1 as well. And then we can move on to the darker brown, which is toffee. Sounds very English. Very English toffee, which is brown to the rest of us, but is English toffee here. Such a pretty color. I'm so mad I didn't get in on their thing when they were liquidating all their card stock, because this is really nice card stock. I can show you this while we're here. So this folds really easily in this direction, folds not very easily in this direction. So that's how you can kind of tell what direction the grain of your paper is, because it'll be much floppier in one way. We're not folding any of this, so none of that matters, but I still kind of find it interesting. Anyway, I'm going to do 3.5 twice. And then we are going to cut them again. 3.5. There we go. I like these big pieces because it feels like you get done a bunch sooner. When you're cutting, when you're cutting banners for the 400th time that you're like a bajillion 3/4 inch banners or something. Those are when I always find it tricky. And then 5 inches, I can do math on that. So that's 10. And we have extra, and then 5. And these are the pieces we want. These 2 go into card number 3. These are extra bits. So these are the extra bits. Then this we're just cutting at 2.5 inches. Which is convenient because that's basically in half. 2.5. That. Yeah, 2.5. And then one of these, we're going to cut a bunch of pieces off that are 2 inches. So that's, again, math we can do pretty easily. That's right. Yeah, 2 inches. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We have these 4 pieces are going somewhere. And then the rest of this is for die cutting, basically. Yeah, these go into card 1. Lots of things go into card 1, apparently. Then we can cut this at 4. We probably don't have to because this is for die cutting, essentially. But we will follow the instructions. And then I'm going to put this into number 5 because that's where we've been putting all of our die cutting pieces. Then we are on to pine or green. I actually like this color so much. I'll show you I think used the other side of this, but I'll show you my distress card quick, just because it's fun. And I found it the other day looking for something else, but so this is the card I made with I believe it's exactly the same paper, but what you can do is use a little sander on it, and then it makes this really cool distress look. I just ran this through a like a wood panel, whatever, embossing folder that I had from somewhere. Whoop! Alrighty. So yeah, I agree. I think I don't know who you want to look to. I don't know who did it for Close to My Heart, but whoever has done it for the woman who runs the lead designer for Club Scrap, or Kendra Morgan of Kendra's Card Challenge, or Crafty Al of the Sheetload fame. I mean, the people who actually like figure out how to do cutting guides, I think are truly amazing, because that's a whole different kind of logic in your brain, I think. Oh, yay, we're going to have leftover paper. That makes me happy. Okay, so 2 3/4 is our first cut. I guess we could figure that out, right? Because that would be 9 with something else. But anyway, I'll be a little more cautious than to just sort of 2 3/4, 2 3/4. Gonna line that up. Move our pine to the side for a second. And then we just need to cut. Oh, 3 inches. That's pretty easy. I can do that math. So we're going to go to 9, 6, and 3, basically. My mom is actually working in a charity sale today. So hopefully that goes well for her, with the weather being not super spectacular. This goes into card 1 as well. Guess I would say, who was I talking? Oh, I was talking to my friend who just bought the color cube, and I was saying I don't necessarily ever like have color palette things that I think about that much, and I think it's because, like, if you look at this, we're really pulling colors that are in the pattern paper anyway, and I think it's because I just start with pattern paper so often. 2 1/4 is our next measurement. 2 1/4 by 3 3/4. No, it's not that. 2 1/4 by 3 3/4. Yeah, it is that 3 3/4. So almost 4, but not quite. We can get basically 3 of these out of 1, and then do it all over again and get some pieces to die. We can die cut with. There's these guys. And these go into card 3. But always using the numbers for the card made a lot more sense than how I thought this worked initially. So there's that. Then we probably need to do this all over again. Yes. Yeah, 2 1/4. Two and a quarter. There's 2 1/4. The 2 1/4. This is 2 1/4. There we go. And 3 3/4. This goes into card 3, I think I said. Yep. You're gonna have lots of mats and layers. And then we're gonna cut off of this. We are going to cut 3-inch pieces, basically, so that we have, for die cutting purposes, we only need 2. Well, I'll just leave it all together. And then we need 2 more. So I'll just cut 2 1/4 off of this a couple times. There we go. And we do have a really big leftover piece, which is cool because I really like this green. The very pine green, which is, I believe, its name. We just need to cut some of the compasses out of this. So I think that is why it is fairly small. But I mean, like this is a fairly usable. I mean, this is a pretty usable scrap. Hey, Scott, how are you? We are playing with our paper cutter today. We are working on this Go Anywhere kit, which is highly travel themed. So we're going to eventually make cards that look kind of like this. And they have this really interesting like compass element thing. So that's sort of what we're going to die cut out. We are done with this page. Hooray, we only have 2 more pieces of cardstock to cut. And then we have everybody's favorite part, organizing. I'm kidding. So from the Scarlet, it's kind of interesting, actually. It's a very earth tony Scarlet, which I think I'm looking at the. So this is the true side. This is the half tone different. This is reading orangey on camera, but in real life, this is more almost like maple leaf red kind of a color. Anyway, and we don't need a lot of this, which probably makes sense because it's sort of a maple leaf red. So we need 2 1/2-inch pieces, which is going to be super easy to do because this we know what size this is. 11 1/2. But I don't know. We've been going for a while, but every time I do these kind of kits, they always are A very nice thing to do on a relaxing Saturday, when I don't have to be anywhere or do anything really. And I like travel as a theme, so there you go. What are we doing with these? We are cutting these at 3 inches. Well, that's really easy. Okay. We're going to cut these at 9, 6, and 3, essentially. This is fairly wonky to line up on this trimmer, so hopefully this will be relatively okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 4. Yeah, they're pretty close. Close enough. Some of these half go into card 2, half go into card 4, basically. And this whole thing winds up making 4 of each card by the time you're done. And what do we need next? We need 1 1/4. Yeah, 2 pieces at 1 1/4. Sounds like. Yeah. Do. 1 piece at 1 1/4, and then we'll do 1 more while we're here. There's one we accidentally distressed, of course. What do we need? We just need to cut. Oh, we're just cutting by 4. Okay. Just need to cut 4 inches. Twice. As you probably notice, we have, whoa, that was almost a problem. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. These go into card number 3. These are extras. They're saying, oh, there's lots of multiples of 4 since we're making 4 cards. Then you need a 1.5 inch strip. That should be good. We're gonna have a lot of scarlet left over, which is awesome. What are we doing with this? We are doing 2.5 times 4. And sometimes this paper does get, depending on how clean your cut is, you will get things like this where it's sort of lightly distressed. So in this particular card, it doesn't really matter, but because the vibe is pretty distressed. There we go. They're 1.5 by 2.5. These all go into card number 1. Then we have this little extra bit. I will throw that in the extra bit section. But like, so we have this all left over, and we have this guy left over. So we have some pretty cool, like, this is almost like Christmassy. That's sort of a spoiler for, I mean, I don't know. I'm starting to get excited for Christmas in July. I don't know about anybody else. I think normal people are like, it's hardly even summer. But anyway, now we need to cut this at 4.5. Yeah, 4.5 to make some nice focal points. I do like this color. This is a nice color. It's sort of like a vanilla color. It's like ever so slightly off-white. Then what do we need? We need 1 3/4. And 1 3/4. Although if you spend a couple hours doing one of these, then you'll kind of appreciate and sometimes it's nice when someone else cuts all the paper for you vibe. These are all going into somewhere too. These are probably going to be where we stamp something, I would guess, but we will find out as we go. Then we're going to cut this down to 4, I think, and cut a couple more pieces out of it. Yeah, we're going to cut this down to 4 1/4 and see if we can get 2 pieces out of it. So we're going to cut a 1/4 inch off and get this to 4 1/4. Oh, maybe I cut these to 4 1/4. Oh, well. If so, it's not a huge thing. I'm just kind of curious if I... Yeah, I think I probably cut these more towards... Yeah, these are probably 4 1/4, not 4.5. Oh, well. We'll see when we get there if that's a problem. But the good news is we don't need to cut this anymore. And then we're just doing 1 1/4. 1 1/4. One 3/4. Okay, they're the same, basically. If we want, we could recut that. I think we have... Yeah, we have enough white where we could recut that, because a lot of the white is going to get used as... basically as background for the compasses. So like we could always do that out of a different color if we so chose. Let's see. Well, let's see if we have enough to recut these. So these, I go in and grab the ones in 2. Yeah, so I'll just grab... These are all the same, but it shouldn't be. But we'll just put those all in 4. And then we'll cut this at 4 1/4 and redo that, and I think we'll be fine. Will that work out? We don't need those pieces. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Anyway, if it's not, we'll figure it out. Well, I'm just going to cut this to 4.5 and then cut the pieces out that I could have cut it 4.5. I'm kind of less worried about that because this is just white, you know, and we only need 2 more sets of pieces. So this is all 1 3/4. It's just, what am I saying? This is just almost the same. It's just a 1/4" wire, which probably is going to look better on whatever mats we already cut. So I think I will. I don't think I'll regret this. But if I do, I have a lot of cream, and we could just use that for the. We could see how that looks if we want a more vintagey look for our compasses, anyway. So I might do that. Anyway, these are the pieces I was supposed to put in number 2. So now we're good with that. The spoiler on a lot of these kits that are sort of cutting heavy is that you're probably going to miscut something at some point somewhere. And the less it's a big deal to you, the better. 2 1/4. We can get 2.5 out of here, I think. 2.5. We'll see what we can do about that one. 2.5 by 2 1/4. That's 1. 2. See if these are. This is too small to get any more out of. But this one will be fine. It's 2 1/4. This is 2 1/4. I sense we're going to have a good bit of die cutting. Then I'm just going to cut these to 2.5. There we go. Okay. So that's our last sized piece. These we're going to save for die cutting fronts out of. Yeah, so we're good. These go in 1 as well. I think now we can start sorting and die cutting. Oops. That's not where those go. Those go in 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not 5. 5. All of our die cutting pieces together. So I don't think we need a paper trimmer anymore. But what we do need to do is our die cutting. That's probably what we need to do next. Let me just clean off my surface here. Then we can figure out what we need to die cut. The good news is there's only like 3 things. So that's nice. Well, 3 dies. And I'm curious if any of them will fit in my little die machine. I really do like how this is really nicely packaged. So here's the stamp set, and then here's the die set, but it's all pre-mounted on a magnet, which is nice. If I go and remember where I put my plates, we can see that all this stuff will probably fit. So hooray, we don't need to use a big die cutting machine. Hey, Lala. Bye, Cordelia. There we are. I do like it when I like it when dies are mounted on magnets versus the sticky double stick tape, just because it's so much easier to deal with. Anyway, We have one plate. We have two plates. We have a little bitty machine. And now we can start at the beginning again and figure out what we need to die cut. However, before we do that, let us find a place for those to live. This case has stuff in it. Let's see if I have an empty one. Yeah, here we go. Let's we can put our bro dudes with our ocean things. Anyway, I always really like to use these. I think I got off Amazon or Walmart or something. They're very small, but they're just basically nice holders for die cuts and whatnot, so that when I'm counting momentarily, we can make sure that we get our counts right. So nothing in the pattern paper. So out of our navy that's not called navy, we need four of the outlines and four of the little star bits. Sapphire. Only I could not know what things are called when it's actually like, right there. Here we go. So sapphire. Some of these I think are actually too wide to go through. I may have to trim these a little to get them through, but that's okay. This is the one I think I messed up. No, we can still get this one out of here. I think this is... Yeah, this is too wide. So I think we will need to... We could get two out of here, right? Yeah. So I think we can just cut this one a little bit. We'll see if this was a bad idea or not. I do have a bunch of navy, so if we wind up like needing more navy, I don't think that'll be terrible. Anyway. We will see how well my little die cut machine works with these dies. Don't know if I've ever used close to my heart dies. This worked perfectly, so no complaints. I guess the one thing to mention is you do have sort of a pretty side and a not so pretty side. The darker one here is the prettier side, so I think darker is the right move here. But just FYI, if you have particular feelings. So let us do that again. I can cut a couple out of here, hopefully. Ooh, these are pretty. Kind of nice that cut out. Sorry, that's really nice. And I didn't even have to bang it out of the thingy. As I say that, and it got stuck the second time. But Pokey Tools solve all my problems. Not all my problems, but all these problems. We've got 2 stars. I think we maybe wind up being short a compass, but I'm not super worried about that because I have lots of navy. But we'll see. I think I can just get one compass out of each of these. You could have, since we're basically going to cover up the center on these, the other thing you could do is just cut it. You could cut the compass part out of the base here, because you're going to put a layer on top of this. So that's a thing you could do as well. But that is not what was suggested by the instructions, but we may do that. We'll see. Since I wound up sort of trimming things a bit. Or I'll cheat and just go and like grab some navy. Which seems likely, but this is cutting really nicely. Hey, Jamie, how are you? How's your dog? Hopefully you're having a good Saturday. We were making a bunch of different things. See, we might be able to get, can we get, we can actually get the 2 we need out of here, and then we're just short the 1, I think. And I will see if I have any extra, if I have any extra navy, we can just grab it from there too. If not, I'll just, I'm sure I must have scrap navy. Once I get the second one out, I'll show you what we're working on, Jamie. In a little more detail, anyway. You can probably guess what we're working on just based on the fact that it's a compass, but you know. Yeah, Jamie is a friend who colors a lot, Lala. You probably would enjoy his channel. What do I have? So I can't get any more out of this. But let's see if we, in our extra section, if we have any navy. May or may not. It's not actually navy, it's sapphire, but no. So what I'm going to do is just grab some navy. Actually, I have a scrap here. We'll just use this scrap. This is some leftover pattern paper from another project, but the color is probably close enough for what we're doing today. This is less vibrant, but I think it would work. So we'll do that. I think had I not cut one of those pieces a little wonky, this would have worked out, but you know. We're going to just, so how do we feel about this? So I like that I think that'll work, because you're not going to have a ton, like once we cut the dial out, it's going to be more of a border. So I think you'll definitely see the polka dots, but I think it'll be fine. And that's really what I do if I ever miscut kits like this, is you can just go in and grab something from your stash. Anyway, we are working on this Go Anywhere travel kit. These are the cards we're ultimately going to make. You can see how that compass comes together, basically. It's sort of a woodsy, masculine-ish palette, I guess, as the people say. What do we need? We need some dials. We need some dials in shortbread. Yeah, so the light color here. We just need to cut. How many dials do we need? 4, I guess. There we go. I think I have more pieces than this. What do we think color-wise? I kind of like the darker color because it almost feels more like a cream. So I think we'll do that. Hopefully we'll get 2 out of here. If not, I'll be slightly cranky, but I think we actually have 2 more pieces of this. If we can't get them all. Yeah. Ooh, that's pretty. Look at that. You get sort of get some really nice embossing marks for the like ticks on the compass. Yeah, we can't get 2 out of here. That's unfortunate. So this time around, at least we can be a little less careful. And then I'll go and see if I can't find. If we don't have 2 more of these, then I've got some cream, but we can just cut some of these out of as well. There's that. This is trash. What? I think this is darker. Yeah, that's. We have. This is our next piece to cut. I put it in the. Doesn't. I thought I had an extra of that. Oh well. Yeah, there should be. We should have those pieces. That's weird. Did I put it somewhere silly? Ah, here we go. Here it is, I think. No, that's that color. That color is lighter for sure. We have a lot of little pieces. Yeah, that piece is lost to time, I guess. Oh well. As I said, I have. Oh, it's right here. Duh. Some days some days I wonder about me when I'm losing things that are like right where I found it 5 seconds later. Anyway. Oh, we wanted to do this not that way with the darker side. This looks like it's all not the darker side. Oh well, that's weird. Oh, maybe this is not that same paper. That is a mystery. Oh well, I think this is just another tan I had because this is, I think, the same on both sides. but we'll just cut 2 out. And I think I actually have the coordinating card stock, so I probably actually have like the original one, but I hate the idea of like cutting into a new 12 by 12 just to do like the face. The faces are a little different, but like anytime you do this kind of series, it's like you're probably not going to send the same person 2 of the same cards. So the fact that like one of the colors is a little off is probably not something anyone other than me will ever really care about that much. There we go. Did it pop out? It almost popped out. If you don't like using the pokey tool, a lot of people will also. Here you can kind of see the difference, right? So this is the lighter one, and these are the darker ones. But, essentially what we're going to do, we'll use the polka dot one, is we're just going to glue these together like this, and then put the compass bits on top. There we go. So we are through this one. Now, in this darker tan, we just need... What do we need? We need stars and compasses again. Do you like darker? I like the darker, I think. So we just do that. This is sort of what's intended on how you're supposed to use these pieces for the compass. And I believe close to my heart when they were more of a thing, they had a... Oh, that didn't quite cut through. Okay. We'll have to do that one again. They had a 3.5-inch die cut machine, so that's why some of these seem a little big for this particular machine. Maybe I put this on upside down. Well, that would have been dumb. I mean, it might have been a thing I did. It's just like, seems a little silly. Yeah, I probably put it on upside down. Yeah, because that cut perfectly. So probably was just me. So this is, here you see the mark we left, but obviously when you put a face on this, it's not going to be really noticeable. There's a very thin border. I think these we're gonna, the brown ones of these are gonna pair with the white more so than what we're up to. And since we are going for a longest stream, feel free to step away or clean your house or do whatever whilst we are chit-chatting. There we go. Because theoretically, yeah, this is how it's supposed to work, where you basically get everything in a single pass. There's that. I do like this actual die set a lot, just because it's, I don't know, it seems like even if you didn't use this compass, you could either use this as a compass, obviously, but like you could also use this just as sort of a tag. You wouldn't necessarily have to put the compass pieces in it. Like, so I think it would be kind of cool as like a holiday tag too. Jamie, I forgot to ask you, are you doing any kind of Christmas in July stuff? I know that you're doing a Vlogmas this year, but I'm getting excited for holiday crafting already, which I don't know if that's good or bad. There's that one. You have one more to do. It looks like the green, with the green, there we go. Doing a similar pass. My much beloved sidekick. I do want to try. I would like to try a mini machine though, another mini machine to see if it. The sidekick's handle is very a little wonky to use, so you can, in theory, do this too, where you just sort of drop it until it falls out. But usually, I just get impatient and do this. Very nice though. I like it. I like the compass theme. So what do we need for? We don't just need for out of the pine. We just need 4 of the like outer pieces. Wherever I put the pine, I know we have a huge leftover piece of the pine. So yeah, that is good. Oh, and this was a little piece I thought would be too small, but I think it'll be just fine. Yeah, what we're doing, this will be just perfectly fine. Again, I'm kind of preferring the darker side of this cardstock, but obviously you could go lighter if that's more of your vibe. We just crank it. That's how these guys look. Might actually be able to save these if we can get 2. Oh, we might be able to get a couple out of here. Yeah, one of these we can just sort of save. That's cool. I like it when I don't waste paper. There's our other locket, and then we just need, I guess we just need one more. One more locket, and there we go. And I think we need, I don't know if we need any, I don't think we need any of the scarlet, and I think we need some faces out of the white. So that one's trashable. This is a scrap. This is a scrap that's worth saving, I think. So there's that. I have these scraps are not worth saving, so let's get rid of those. What? Oh, we need. What do we need? Oh, we just need to do a bunch. We need 4 of the. I don't know what you want to call them. Compassy bits. I don't know. Whatever you call the needle on the compass. We need 4 of those. Just cut off a little piece for that. Generally, if I am die cutting, I'll just do it this way. Like I won't cut specific pieces because it's easier, I think, just to kind of run it through over and over again. And from the white, I think we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 8 faces from the white, just for future reference. And if we just like the cream better, we could just keep using we could use the rest of that cream piece too. I mean, before using the white, just to see if we can be a little more paper economical. Then we can assemble the die cuts, and then all the things will go together. Hey, Pam, how are you? I am die cutting a few bajillion things. I'll give you a quick look in a sec. I'll do one more, and then I'll give you a quick look. It's the something everywhere, anywhere. Let's go somewhere. Anywhere. Everywhere? I don't know. I keep saying it wrong. It's either let's go everywhere or let's go anywhere. Let's go somewhere where. I don't know. Alrighty. So this is pretty toast. So what we're making, other than a mess, is this is a close to my heart kit that makes 4 of each of these. So what we're basically die cutting are the little compass bits. Although I kind of like these better in cream, so I think I'm just going to use. I have this cream on my desk, so I think I'll just do 8 more faces out of cream just because it's here, and I just like the look better than the white. But these are, and I think the cream, like you really get the. Whoa, let's not lose things. That would make me a crabby boy. But you really get the. I guess it's not showing on camera, but you really get the little tick marks on the darker color. So I actually like it better. So I don't know whose cardstock this is. It's not close to my hearts because it's the same color on both sides. It might be. I don't think it's Stampin' Up either. I think it might be Michael's or somebody. It's like a sand color from somewhere in Jay's stash. Who knows where? Who knows what it is or where it's from or where it came from? It's all just very mysterious. I don't know. Maybe you can see. I should. Oh, can we see a little better? Yeah, now you can kind of see it. I'll do the beauty influencer thing where I do like the hands so it focuses on something. Although you do feel like you should do like something to your nails since all the like Stampin' Up influencer ladies seem to do that. Like, but I don't know. I feel like glitter would be way too much of a pain on like a daily basis. That I feel like I might wind up explaining, even though 15 colors of my hands I don't explain. Like, why are you? Although you could, I guess, do it for Halloween and then make it a Halloween thing. It seems like the maintenance on all that would be kind of a pain in the butt, though. Plus, it would be money I wouldn't be spending on craft supplies, which would make me kind of sad. Let's just turn this around because I think we could get 5 out of here. So we're definitely going to need to. I think I have another piece of this. If not, we'll use some other cream and it'll be fine, I'm sure. Ooh, this got close to the edge. Well, that was a little unideal. Oh well, it's fine. A glass of water would help you. Oh, for being unsteady? Yeah, sometimes. I don't know. Part of being a certain age, I always feel like is you feel a little. Sometimes I sleep great. Sometimes it's like not so great. Oh, there's the other piece. Mm-mm-mm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 3 more, I guess. 3 is 8? Yeah, 3 is 8. I can math. But I can get 3 out of here, and then oh, that'll like perfectly use all this paper up. Hooray! Nice when that happens. Then everybody's favorite time, organizing. It's not my favorite time, but well, it's usually kind of fun, except for if you forget it, if you misorganize your pieces and then don't know where you put where, which I suspect will happen because I miscounted some of these. I guess we could assemble our die cuts first, because that would be, and then have them just sort of ready to go. That might be a smart idea. Or I could read the instructions. Heaven forbid. These are actually really good instructions, though, so I should perhaps do that now that we are more die cut. I think we're good with die cutting. Yay! Although die cutting stuff for like a full kit always makes me think that people who have like the electric die cutters made a really smart life choice. Okay. This is scrap. These I don't need. This is all of our various compassy bits. Here. Like, where did I put my instructions? So we just need to, yeah, I think we can just assemble the die cut. So card 1's die cuts look like this. So we basically need blue, we need 4 of the tans, and then we just need a tan and a red, essentially. So if we go here, I think we can. This is where the blues come in. So we have 1, 2, 3. I may need to get see if I can find my sticky tool, which of course I'm not seeing. And I think and I have my 1 more blue. I have my 4 blue. Actually, I can put these in frame. Then we need tans. So I'll grab 4 of those. We have 1. All the faces are tan, so I don't think it necessarily matters. Then we need the darker tan. Oh, where's my sticky tool? If I don't see it, I might have to grab a different one. Why are things not where I left them? I mean, I could see if I can just pick it up with my eraser too. No. Okay, let me grab a real sticky tool. Oh, goodness. Oh no. Not really, but luckily I had actually had some sticky tools left over. Well, not really left over, but I couldn't find one day and then wound up ordering a couple on Walmart. So this is a not well, it's perfectly fine. So there's this one. And then what other color do we need? Oh, the reds. And those are here. 1, 2. Okay, so this is our first batch of 3. Oh, and we have an extra. Oops, that goes in there. I don't think they're supposed to be Christmas balls. They're supposed to be compasses. So you'll see as I put these together. But like, when you have this, and then this is supposed to be kind of the compass rose. So it's supposed to be a compass when it comes together. But I think it would be like I think if you did this out of like Christmassy paper, it would look like a Christmas ball. So that's good. That's a great idea, actually. That's a great way to be versatile with our dyes. So I'm just going to grab some wet glue and hope my glue press works today. Because it sometimes if I haven't used it in a while, it likes to put too much glue out. No, this is working great. So I'm going to just center this. And you could ink edge this if you want the tick marks. I'm sorry, you can't really see that. So if you ink edge this, the tick marks would come out. The design is to use the darker one first. Interestingly, like none of these compass marks are done at like, I don't know, whatever, a true north angle, I don't think. Oh, I guess the first ones go down more like that. So I think the idea is, well, I guess that's how compasses work. Now that I think about it in a little more detail. But like you'd have, that's off camera. Sorry about that. So like you'd have one that was sort of your true north, which is the front of this. Goodness, sometimes things are hard. There we go. So you'd have like one that would be the thing. I think the idea is you'd have sort of one that's like that, and then you'd have another needle that's pointing based on whatever direction things are. Does that make sense? But this is sort of the idea of how the embellishment comes together. Although I just glued it in the center, so the edges pick up a little bit, but in the edges of the actual thing. There we go. So it looks kind of like that. It's sort of interesting because like the compass element is very like outdoorsy to me. Like that, like if you're like if I was like internationally traveling, I don't know that I would like need a compass for anything. But anyway, I'm just gonna put the rest of these together. I swear I'll make a card eventually. Because it would be nice after all of the prep to at least make one of each. But I feel like in real life when I've seen compasses, like the non-moving needles are generally like black, not brown. But anyway, artistic license and whatnot, I suppose. But there we go. It is kind of a neat look. I will say that. I do like this. Here's one thing too. This isn't really focusing very well, is it? I'll have to take real pictures later because I feel like every time I like put together die cuts, they look less nice on stream. They look better like with a film camera. No, I think you're right though. Like I think these would make fantastic. Like you wouldn't necessarily if you used a circle and not the tick marks. I think you could make some or like my replacement one of these. Like I think it's a really good idea actually. I think that's a great way to get some versatility out of this. Because like this one, right? Like yeah, I could if I did done the if you did the tick marks, I think in like iridescent foil, I think it would have looked like those like ornaments in the 50s where there was like like a bite taken out of them and then there was kind of like inside to them. I'm explaining that badly. But I feel like there were like 50s or 60s ornaments that kind of had almost looked like a geode kind of where there was sort of an inside to them. But interestingly, like I think of like travel with a passport is more like an airline thing now. So I mean, I feel like I don't know. Like I'd almost see like this going like these kind of embellishments going more with like a very outdoorsy kind of vibe. Like I'm backpacking somewhere, you know. But I don't know. I mean, I do like the idea of turning these into and if you got a circle die that was the same size as this one, like you could do this out of like glitter or something. So I think you could do. Now I'm kind of thinking of all the Christmas ornaments I could make with this. And not just because I'm excited for Christmas in July. I just like Christmas generally. There we go. We have our set one done. I think there are 3 sets of these, if I recall. And then the slimline ones don't have this particular embellishment on them. If you are gluing something like this and really want to glue it down, just your usual acrylic block does a fantastic job just allowing you to do this hands free. I don't actually mind if the needles pop up a little bit, but if you want to make sure that it's very nicely adhered down, applying a weight helps with that. So this is set one. So let us see what we are doing for set the next one. One's brown and one is not. Uh, okay, so there's only one more set of dies. And then the last one we're going to stamp. I haven't even looked at the stamps. Wow. Uh oh, there are hands in here. So this last one will actually stamp on. So the buff one. So basically we want to repeat this only we're gonna use a star here. You are my true north. I'm kind of off with that by that only because like at work they were had a whole like I don't know what does one call it like a PR campaign. It's not really a PR campaign. One of those things that people have that's kind of like PR but isn't. like an internal like marketing thing about things being a true north. Anyway, let's get these together. I think we can. I think it'll be easier to stamp not on 2 layers, so I think I'll do the stamping on that one first. But anyway, this is green, and then we're just doing the blue, and then we're going to embellish this at the end with a star. So basically, these just have 2 pieces. Oh, 3. And then we can stamp the last one, I think. Oops. So these are the ones where we have 2 that are slightly darker, which is fine. I'm curious how I feel about the blue and the green together. Let's take a look here. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to have very sticky hands until I wash them, but that's also okay. I'm going to try. I've been trying to kind of line these up with sort of the cardinal direction, so it looks like it was intended. So we will just give that a little press, and we are good. And this is how the one I do like these with the blue and the green together. Is it makes it really for a really interesting look. It is pretty neat. I wouldn't have thought of putting like pine and effectively navy together like that. So that's kind of a neat idea. I guess pine always gives me like Christmas vibes, but like navy is not to me like a holiday color. I'm not sure why. If you want me to zoom in so you can actually see this better, I can certainly do that. There we go. I'm sure anyone who gets these will not care if the cardinal directions are correct. Yeah, like wouldn't that be cute? Like I feel like I have a cute little like a small to and from. Like you could just use these as like gift tags. But I love the idea of like getting a circle and doing like an ornament out of them. Plus, I mean, just the ability to get multiple things out of it is always nice. Because we know I kind of have a thing for making tags at Christmas. It's probably bad that it's not even like it's barely June and I'm already excited for Christmas in July. You don't need to rush through. It'll be fine. I'm thinking if I actually use my stamp wheel for this idea of so the last one of these is basically like a watch. So my thought is if I use the stamp wheel, I can just basically keep both pieces together. If that makes sense. Like I can have the various pieces all lined up and then just replicate that 4 times more easily than not. I don't think I've ever tried close to my heart stamp, so it'll be interesting to see how they work. Okay, we will organize our die cuts. Not that die cut. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So this is for card 2. These are for card 2. These are for card 1. I do like how this is like really dimensional with the two whatever compass bits on top of itself. I'm sure somebody here is like an outdoorsy person and is screaming when I don't know like what actual compass parts are called. So what I'm going to do is just ground this in the corner because that's probably going to make this a lot easier, and figure out what colors. Now, if you were a prepared person and had all of your stuff together, what I think we're going to do, these are going to be kind of a nightmare to put together. Maybe we'll skip the hands. We'll see. What sentiment were we going to put on this? The first thing we would want, it says, it's time to celebrate you. So this is going to be basically the whole, our very sticky new stamps. There we go. So this time I will pay attention to where the hole on this is so that we know that we're going to do that. And then we're going to just peel this off, put it back in the corner. So that if we went and stamped down, we would hit the middle. That is fantastic. So then we can see if we can get our hands to work correctly. These are always the stamps I find tricky because they're sort of, so we want to have part of that sort of up near the top. These are only tricky in the sense of, then this we would want kind of here. There we go. It doesn't really matter what time it is, but anyway. So I'm just going to move this so that the hole is at 90 degrees, and we'll see if we can pick this up. If we're lucky, what'll happen is, were we lucky? We were. So if you're lucky when you put these things on like a stamp positioner, like what'll happen is that it will line up the way you want. I think that should be good. So let's see. Oh, that's a great idea, Pam. Yeah. So you can use your pokey tool, which I didn't think about, but it's a lot easier to line up the small stamps with the pokey tool. And usually when the ink goes down, it will work out pretty good. Let's see. Let's take our design inspiration from the people who did this. And they had it's basically a sandy color, which we have those. Maybe. So it's like a sandy color on the hands and then a not so sandy color for other things. I'm pretty sure I have a sandy color. We could also do apricot if I can't find the sandy color. Oh, it's right here. Alrighty. Let's Apricot, and let's do the sentiment in Versifying Clear Midnight. I'm thinking this is kind of a. We could also do ginger. And do we have actually, Sandcastle would probably be. Let's try it in Sandcastle. That's probably the most, like, according to the, I mean, I think Sandcastle would be the most sort of on point from a design standpoint. So we'll see how we like this. So that gives us that. I want to move this up a little bit, I think. So it's more connected. And less disconnected. So I think this will. Yeah, I think that'll work well. I don't really want to restamp it just because we could also color this together, but this gives us a nice brown. So I think that'll work out. If it doesn't, we can always just redo it, you know? Like we can always die cut this. It's time to celebrate you. Did not stamp very well, which means it's a new stamp. There we go. And if we mess the first one up, it's okay. We have a lot more to try out. This is just not stamping very well. That is really interesting. I wonder why. I'll just give it a. Oh. I guess it's just how this is put together. Okay. That looks a little overstamped though. So anyway, let's do another one of these. Maybe I don't like this disconnectedness of the hand, so I'll probably toss it. I'll probably wind up die cutting another one. So let's make sure. I think this. Make sure that that's pretty even in the corner though. So I don't know why that didn't stamp properly. Let's just try cleaning our stamp in case it's just new stamp residue, which is a thing. Just give it a little. And clean these a little bit too, and then do a little restamping here. There's that. See if we have better luck the next time. It looks like we have good ink coverage. Oh, that looks perfect. Okay. It was just the first one. I still don't love that these are not fully connected hands, but I guess we will live with that. But I guess it makes sense on a certain level. So this is the second one. Let me just pop this off. So here's the second one. I think it was much more successful. This first one is just sort of jacked up. So I think I will wind up die cutting another one of these unless I made an extra by accident. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I might die cut. Yeah, I'll have to die cut one more, but that's fine. So I'll just hit this with some sandcastle, and I'll just hit this with some Claire. I don't know if I can do these at the same time. Let's find out. Oops. There we go. Little light on that. Let's just go restamp it. Yeah, same. Maybe it's the paper. No, that's fine. It just needed a little help. It is time to celebrate you. Well, thank goodness dye ink dries quickly. Oh no. No. Okay. But doing them both at once seems to be not the greatest of ideas. So let's go back to doing this the correct way. There's that. It is time we celebrate you. I do have an actual stamp tool. Ooh. Yeah, I think maybe being in the corner is not great for this. There we go. Because like you have to actually, I think it's a little less, like I think it would be easier to do in the center. Anyway, let's go make one more of these so we can put the rest of this together. I do like the sentiment though. Don't have tan, but I do have this. Kind of, well, that's kind of jacked up. Maybe I can. Oh, here's some tan. It is the pro of die cutting that you can, if you mess something up, you can just make another one. This is probably not the correct way to do this, but you know, I think it'll be fine for doing it once. But I'm not sure if having things like way down in the corner is just probably not the most greatest idea. So stamped fine. Who knows? Hey Phil, how are you? There we go. Yeah, it just needs a little push. That's surprising. I think it's probably because of the corner and the fact that this is a small die cut, but that's, I don't know that I've needed to do that before. Anyway, we are Oh, I guess I could try stamp cleaner on this to see if it gets some of the blue off. Oh, that helps a little bit. Anyway, let us. We should definitely put these itty bitty little. The one thing I don't like about these hands is like I have a really bad habit of losing itty bitty stamps. Although you could probably draw in clock hands without it being too big of a deal. I do like a lot of the sentiments in this particular collection, though. What else do we have? I like it's Let's Explore Together, I think is a really cool one. Anyway, I am sure we will be back to stamp more things in a bit. But these can go glued together and then we can make a card maybe. We've only been streaming for 2 hours and haven't actually finished anything. Now I know how Lynn feels. Anyway, here's our 4. I guess I will reference this just to see. Now they have theirs with sort of the top being the top, which makes sense. But I think I'll try and get the sentiments on like relatively straight. Just catching up on your comments. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have. I've used electronic cutting machines and I've used die cutting machines, but I don't know that I would. Whew. Oh shoot! I don't think I've rolled stamps through anything. I think with stamps I've tended to use. I must have one somewhere, but like an actual positioning tool can be, or like a pressure tool can be handy. Which I have one. I have one here. I have another one somewhere. Oh, here's my other one. Okay. So this is one a friend of mine 3D printed, so it's really light. It's essentially an air hockey paddle. And then this is one that's just made out of maple, so it's pretty heavy. So they both work pretty well as stamp pressure tools. I don't use them, obviously, super frequently. Because usually things just stamp and it's, not worth dragging out another tool just in case. But those are the things I've used that help if you're trying to get sort of even pressure on stamps. I do like the tone on tone look here. That's kind of a cool thing. As I'm sure you can tell, I am not the most super accurate stamper though, so. There we go. But I know some people get pretty don't like it when sentiments are not particularly straight. There we go. So these embellishment, well, I guess they're not really an embellishment. These die cuts with sentiments are done. Although these are like, the interesting thing is these would make really good Christmas things because these are real holes. So like you could just put twine on them and be done. Anyway, let us get back to what we were looking at. So, one A, one B, one E. Okay, so we want to make sure we have all of these in one, which we probably don't because I kind of misdid some things in the midst. So we have one strip. Two strips. Three, four. We have our card bases. We have a lot of pieces that might be wrong. What do we need? We have, these are 1D, which are the banners. We have 1A, which are these pieces. We have blue pieces, which I don't think are actually part of this card. We will put those back. We have these pieces, which are, I think, the mats. Yeah, here, we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Why we have 3? Anyway, 4 of these. 4. There might be 4 pieces because I have 4 of these. So these and these. No, these are mats. These are mats. Yeah, these are these 3 mat together basically. So that's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are banners. These are banners. There should be red pieces that I'm missing. And there's, I think I'm short a white. That's okay. So this is this layer. And we have these. All we're missing are some red pieces. So I think the reds got put in the wrong place. We will see quickly. I have blue. I'll leave these blues here. Okay, they're not in there. They're not in here. We have extra white if we need to cut another piece, which we might. Oh, they are in here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And our card bases and our envelope. So we have all the pieces we need for this one and some extra blue stuff. And then we can sort. I think I saw a message pop in. Oh. Just responding to a couple messages. Sorry about that. Anyway, so I think we have all the pieces we need. Well, I was curious how big these look like A2s. So I don't know why this piece is cut this way though. It seems weird because like obviously this is a little wide. Let me make sure I didn't. Well, let's let us finish our sorting. These I'm curious about. Oh, I see. Like these are probably the ones that are the right. Yeah, like these are the right size. Okay. These might not be the right pieces. So let me. Because I think those should be for a horizontal card due to my sorting issues. Because I think we don't really need a big piece. But let's look at our cutting guide. Because I think everything else is correct. Let's look at our 2A, 4A. Yeah, those go to card 2. 1A. 1A. That doesn't quite make sense. 1D. 1D is that piece. Where is 1D coming from in our cutting guide? Oh, it's probably in card 4 because I thought that was D. Okay. That explains it. Alrighty. Yeah, it's these little pieces. Alrighty. There we go. We are mostly together today, aren't we? So the way that I like to organize these, if you're doing a bunch of these, so I have the envelopes off to the side. I'm just going to grab the card bases. So these are the 4 card bases. So what I do in no particular order is you just basically stack all of your pieces. So these are going to be banners. These are the top pieces. These are also going to be banners. And then these are going to be banners. There's a lot of banners on this card. It's a very Kendra card. And then we have these pieces, which we are going to stamp. So we may want to leave these out for the moment. But basically, these are going to go like that. We probably can just stack we probably can sort all this stuff. And then we need to cut one more of whatever size that is. We have 1, 2, 3. This one is missing one. And 1. These are the layering pieces, essentially. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So what I'll generally do, and I'll leave the one that's missing one thing out because I think we could put that one together, is I'll just take all my pieces and put them on the inside of the card. And then I'll grab an envelope and I'll just put everything together. And you can label this if you want. But then so this is basically an envelope that has all the pieces to make this card, and we're good to go for when we want to do that. And I like that because then you basically have like your own mini card kit that you can do whatever you want with. And then we have one. And I find sorting all this stuff at once is a lot easier than just putting it all together, because then you have your ready to go stuff. And then these are really fun things to do, like, on a weeknight or whatever. I'm probably not making 16 cards today, but we are going to definitely make at least one of each. We'll probably do one of each. I don't know. Of course. Oh, sure. Oh, let me just answer one quick message. Sure. Faster than UPS delivering. Yes, I'm getting something in the mail today. I forget. I should remember what, but I think I thought that I was getting something. I got a mystery package from my friend Kendra too, and the thing about it is usually she uses like a standard address label, right? Like as most of us who have, well, I don't know. She's a teacher. She probably has great handwriting. I have awful doctor handwriting, and everybody knows it. So let's figure out what size piece does it say. 1H. I do like how all these things are labeled, so it's not like 1H is 2¼ by 2½. 2¼ by 2½. Okay. And I forgot to put the embellishments in the envelopes, which is fine. I'll often leave them out because, like, I like leaving sort of die cut stuff in boxes. And then this is our last one, and I think we'll make this one together. I also didn't find. I need to find where I didn't remember my little zip strip bits, which is easy for, like, I'm good at not remembering those things just because we should figure out where those go. Those are tiny. Boop, boop, boop. I may have lost one of those too. 1, 2. Oh no, there are 4. Okay. So what you can do, I usually leave the open side of the card up for this reason, is you can just pop that in, and we'll leave one here. And then we will, that's that envelope. Oh, here we go. Here's the other 2. Go boop. And yeah, I sometimes make my own sound effects. We go boop, and there we go. So we're gonna probably save these 3 for another day, and we can work on this one. So this becomes, well, I guess I won't say straightforward because we still have to go stamp some stuff, but more straightforward because we have all of our pieces. So we're going to have uno, dos, tres. Those we're going to make into banner dies. These are going to be layered. So I want to save my white piece because I need to stamp it. I want to save this piece because I need to stamp it. These we're going to make into banner dies. And I want to figure out where those pieces go. So that is 4A. The blues go into 4, and these go into 2, and the rest go into 4. Go into 2. These go into 4. I don't know. It's been forever since I made a slimline card, so I'm kind of excited about those, just because of that. I will reach around and grab my stamp wheel. The first thing we kind of need to think about. Let's try my theory that being in the middle might be a problem. Is we basically want to grab our directionals. And these don't really have an up or a down, but basically we're not really going to get it all in one stamping. So I'm just going to. Whoops. Oh, let's use Pam's idea, which was you can use your pokey tool on these sticky things. And that's true. Oh, that works really well. Wow, Pam knows everything. Alrighty. So we have this mostly lined up. The other thing is a stamp like this, if you pull it off the block and it looks uneven, you can just sort of like throw it on your table for a minute and it will sort of regain its normal shape. So I'm going to grab this. I think Sandcastle would be phenomenal. Let's just grab a little this, that, and the other thing. And just do a little inking. Now, obviously, well, I guess I shouldn't say obviously, but we could basically do all of these at once if we wanted to. I'm just going to put this back down, see if we can't get, there we go. That's a little speckly, so I'm just going to go back and do it again. And part of this is a new stamp. Part of this is the fact that I think my sandcastle might need re-inking, but minor details. There we go. Let's just hit that side. Yeah, and I think what's happening, well, I can actually, I'll show you how to use one of those tools. Okay, so we'll grab, this is the lightweight one, which is just like an air hockey tool. You just can rub it over, and then you're not likely to like smush too much, you know. Or if it's red rubber, you can just stand on it because you're never gonna mess it up. Yeah, these are. For some reason, I think there's something on the paper here that's making these last two not. Or it's the stamp. It might be the stamp. Let's just do that once more. It's. I'm just going to put pressure on the edge. There we go. That's good. So now I'm going to clean all this off and move the stamp and get the other half of this, basically. Hello, Maria. How are you? Yeah. I don't know if I learned. I don't know. Part of it is CZ, obviously, but some of it too is just, I don't know. I feel like even as a kid, I would sort of make up my own sound effects every so often. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Well, that I didn't doesn't make me happy. Well, we may have to go do this again, cause I just lifted up my paper. I also didn't burnish this down very much, so, but, these new stamps are always kinda sticky. There we go. There we go. If it lifts up a little bit, it's fine. I'm gonna just do ink on, like, the last side of this, well, one side of the sort of the center of this, 'cause, um, part of this stamp is hanging off, obviously. There we go. That, I think, looks good. So stamping of thing 1 is fairly successful. I will show you, let me just I love a pokey tool to, like, get stuff off of this, although I'm sure I'm gonna, like, mangle my stamp wheel at some point. Anyway, there we go. That's kinda how we're looking. Some neat little directional bits. And I get to use the new stamp I was really excited about, so that's cool. Um, I guess it sort of bears mentioning, like, all these kind of card kits always make cards really complicated, and, like, you don't need to use 900 layers of everything. I mean, you can if you want, but, you could also, like, we could simplify this card by, like, dropping the banner dies and removing some of the layering here, Like, you could just use the pattern paper and that strip and, the compass and do some, like, and just float a sentiment somewhere. But in the interest of the kit not trying this kit, we are going to do it more as like design, but, it's fine. And again, I did that. Let's see if that's not lined up at all. Let's try that again. Uh, and I'm trying to get the Explorer even. What I'm doing basically is using all these little dots on the stamp wheel to, like, see if this is lined up. The other thing you could do is, and this is, oh, let's do a dark green. I haven't done dark green in a while. Oh, I could do my favorite ginger ink. Um, in the actual kit here, the idea is to use black ink, but I'm going to use ginger because it's my favorite color. Oops, didn't hit the explore part very well, but that's where, like, a pressure tool is helpful. Yeah, and I must not have just. Yeah, see, I think this must. There's something weird with. Yeah, there we go. That side of the stamp wheel where it's because it's in the corner, it needs a little help. I'm gonna go and hit the Explorer because I don't like it being lighter. Oh, and you can kind of see the curse of the Catherine Pooler ink happening here, where oops, that's Sandcastle. Well, that explains why that didn't. That explains why it wasn't very gingery. Okay. Anyway, because this is a red-based brown, well, I guess we're gonna just have to kind of live with that. Well, maybe not. Let's. Yeah, it's still kind of light. I'm just trying to go in and hit the E, because I really would like that E to be slightly darker. There we go. Might need to do it once more. Oh, you can't even see. I'm sorry. There we go. I like that better. Still a little lighter, but I think it'll look good. Yeah. I got kind of, yeah, I wound getting kind of into it because, but you see, you can basically never get the red out of this stamp. It's not reading quite as well on camera, but you know, it's always going to be vaguely pink. Which I mean is, you know, obviously, like it's a tool. It probably doesn't matter what color it is, but it is one of the few downsides to the Casper and Pooler brown inks is that the red based inks are gonna just stain things. Anyway, now I can actually make a card. 3 hours later, maybe not quite. Maybe not quite 3 hours later, but some number of hours later. Well, I mean, it's called like cussy putting for a reason, right? Um, so looking at this, the thing I want to do first is now this is full coverage, so we just need to. Now you could use, I think I'll use tape, but you could also use glue if you're more of a wet glue kind of person. Um, we also don't need to use the passport side of this. We could use the map side. We're going to use the map side later on, of course, but you know, you can do that. Get that down. So that's sort of our top part. And then we're going to, this is going to be a little too long. So we're going to want to cut this. So I think I will use wet glue for this. And then we can whack off the excess more easily. Well, the excess paper more easily. So all I'm going to do is, it isn't quite at the edge, but I'm lining it up with the pattern paper because I would rather that than have it look uneven. So we have this little piece on the end that we just need to go in and cut off like that. There we go. Oh, I should deglue those. There's still a little bit here, so let me grab my good scissors. Because I like these Tim Holtz ones because you can really get in. Like they're a 10-inch scissors, so you can really get to any place. But this is how we're looking so far. And then the sentiment's going to go on top of this. So the next thing to kind of figure out are we have these three. They're going to line up kind of like this. So we're going to have sort of our three banners. So we just need to decide if we like. I think I'll leave the length because it's sort of as designed. But basically, if you want to make any of these banners, you just sort of find the center and cut in horizontally, and then just make cuts going to that, and you're pretty much always going to have a relatively easy, even fishtail banner, kind of like that, because you'll always basically have the center be in the center, and then again you can just sort of line that up. If you don't like how you cut it, you can always go in and do it again, of course. Man, all my scissors need to be goo-goned. I think I've been just cutting too much foam tape lately. There we go. Now this one I winged a little bit, so depending on if it bugs you or not, what I'm gonna do is just have it go this way because we're gonna stick a big embellishment on top of this, so I don't think it'll even be noticeable. Because what we're basically gonna wind up doing, is kind of like this. This is how the front's gonna go together. But then we're gonna grab one of these fancy guys, and then we're gonna do that. So we're not gonna necessarily, although this will be up a little bit. We could go in and correct this then. So if you want to do that, if you sort of over cut to the center like I did, basically you just want to do the whole process all over again, and ideally be a little more careful. But there we go. And now, problem averted. You can also, like, if you want to mess with how long these are, you can certainly shorten these if you so desire. I'm sticking mostly with the sketch as designed, but and then this is our last banner. Again, we just sort of decide how much of a banner we want. There are also dies, obviously, that probably exist for doing this. There we go. So rather than these being massively different lengths, basically the designer who did this designed these to be different widths, which is kind of an interesting thing. So these are not designed to be identically lined up or lined up with this, right? So these are designed to be a little bit in, and then the red one will go on top. So all we have to do is just glue them together. Yeah, no, I have cutter bees. I should use them. Cutter bees are phenomenal. I think I have cutter bees. Oh, they may still be in my toolbox from other things, but I've heard cutter bees are really nice scissors. And a step I haven't taken but should have is to figure out which side we open on, but luckily we got it right. Also with these banners, you can use I opted for the darker side, but you can use either of the sides, if you like one particularly. And we're going to just kind of cool. I do like kind of the red in the center. That is sort of echoing the red in this paper. It's kind of neat. Anyway, time to. Oh, I like the. I think I like. Do I like that? Yeah, I like the darker side. Yeah, I mean, I do think the nice thing about this paper is you can kind of decide if you want the darker side or not darker side, like just as you go. The one nice thing about these portrait layout camera stuff is like I don't really have to worry about being like under the camera, which is kind of neat. I'm good at doing that. So we will just do that. Woo! When you do that with wet glue, you can readjust it, luckily. There we go. And then this piece just sort of goes on top. It's sort of like I don't know, it's almost like faux washi tape essentially. Like where the idea would be like you sort of align this with here, almost like, well, whoops. Well, it's distressed now. Just kidding. There we go. The idea is kind of like this is washi tape essentially, or like masking tape, and it's kind of holding this. So this is ultimately going to sit here, which is kind of neat. I don't know. I'm liking how this is coming together actually. I mean, I know people are always like, "But you bought the kit. How could you not like it?" But you know, like you never really know until you have it for yourself in person. I feel, for better or worse. I mean, it's always a little potentially sad if you're trying to consider a purchase and you're like, "Well, I don't know how it's going to work out until I get here." So, if we wanted to, we could definitely pop this up if we wanted more of a 3D look. I think I might do that actually. Um, or we can have it flat, and then it'll be a lot easier to attach the wooden piece. Well, it's probably should do that. I think I want to put a little something something under the side, just to kind of help support it because there's several layers here. So we're gonna have this mostly up. So it's kind of like this corner here that I think we just need a little something on. And because this will be relatively flat, no one's gonna notice, but it makes the whole thing kind of sit better. So we'll just put a little glue there, a little glue on the side. There's kind of areas we don't really need to put glue on because uh, they're going to be mostly floating. There we go. So there's that. How we're looking. And then we need to find out wherever we did with our very fancy stickers. They're right here. And they suggest using one of these arrows. Let's see. Looks like the thicker arrow. So anyway. Oops, sorry. Don't need to have it totally off camera. I mean, it would be very me to be mostly off camera explaining something, but you know. So these come out really easily, which is nice. These are wood, so I kind of want to be careful. But I believe this is release paper. Let's find out. If it's not, I will be a little. Okay, it doesn't seem to be release paper. It seems to just be like paper. Yeah. So these are more of a glue-on kind of thing, which is fine. That looks really nice. I like that. That adds a lot of texture. Okay. So yeah, it's weird. It almost feels like a release paper, but that's also a way you can sort of handle if a sticker's being not helpful, you can always just glue it. That's a little more that than I'd like. Okay, let's go there. And then again, you can use your block or whatnot just to hold it while it's gluing a little bit. Yeah, Lynn said that they have like they sell the same thing as like herb shears, then that's like the same price for four of them. I swear I have cutter bees, which means they're probably still packed from my crop in my toolbox from my crop because I don't use them a ton. So this is our first card. Which is, I don't know, I think it works out pretty well. We could go, we may go, I may go back in and decorate the inside at some point, but that is card number 1. I'm thinking we'll do one more card and then I'd like to break and find some lunch, I think. Even though it's, yeah. I think I'll do one more card and then have time to grab some food before my friend Lynn is streaming with some of her friends doing Spellbinder stuff, which is in about 2 hours. So let us go at card number 2. And this is the one that has potential distressing that we could play with. So neat. And we get to play with some of the stars. So let's do this one. That's what it looks like. I'm going to take my finished card over here. I'm going to take these 3 and put them in my box of things I'm working on. And let's see if we have all the pieces we need for the second card. We have envelopes. We have card bases. We have lots of other pieces. Little pieces. We have only some additional zip strips because they like to hide. That's a zip strip. That is not a zip strip. So we have 4 of these. We have 1, 2. There's probably more of those hiding. We have the blue pieces that I think we put in the wrong card. Oop. Oh, there it is. I think it just, there's one. Is this the other one? No. We will see. It will probably come to light. Anyway, we have 4 of these probably. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, I'm glad we recut these. Then we have 4 of these. Probably 4 zip strips, but these are, let me see if I dropped one on the floor. And if you did lose one of these zip strips, you can also, you could use actual washi pretty easily. Let me see. Oh, well, here's an ink pad. I found an ink pad, but I did not find my 4th zip strip. So we may have an opportunity. Let me just double check it's not hiding. Sometimes things do. I'm sure I will find it the second we're not live streaming too, because that's how these things tend to work. But I will try to check for 1 more minute and then we will. So we will use we'll use this in our card, and I can just show you different ways that you could do things to this. I think the easiest way, well, what we'll probably want to do first is cut this to length. We did have some leftovers, obviously, I think, of the of this particular zip strip. Not this one, but the other one. So what we can do is, See if we find that quickly, because I think I put it over here. I did not, but I have a different zip strip. I don't know how we feel about teal. Anyway, what I think I will do is I like this sort of polka dotty look, and the easiest way to get that usually is with some bubble wrap. So let me grab some. Oh, here we go. Do I save my bubble wrap for stamping? Yes. So we could decide. I think this over coffee is a good. It's darker than this, but I think it's more of a true brown. So I think it makes more sense than the ginger. So you've probably seen this done before, but I'm just going to. I just have one bubble here mostly. So what I'm just sort of doing is like just getting sort of funky textures on this, and we're basically done. It was like just that easy. But that's why I like the bubble wrap stamping. It just gives you kind of a, it's like a fun, funky texture. Anyway, now that we have this, we will let this dry for the ones we're working on, and we will just do our sorting. We have our 4 card bases. If you do handle ink, like be careful before you touch all your white card bases, but I just say that because I've screwed them up a bunch. So anyway, we have our sorted pieces. We have our 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I just put the blue piece that goes with these in the wrong place. I did. Anyway, this is the blue piece that we can tear if we want. We may try that on at least one. So 1, 2, 3. Oops. Oh, I think this is the white piece we lost. There we go. Then on the sentiments, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the mats for the sentiments. Oh, here's our zip strip. We'll have a decision to make. Let me know. Do you want to use the zip strip that we just made, or do you want to use the zip strip that we should be using based on the project? Let's say do the bubble wrap one, or we can do the real zip strip. It is up to you. You guys can pick. Or if you don't pick, I'll pick. Then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we only have 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. And then we just need to package all the things up. Just like a little card making factory. Now, 2 of these pieces are slightly too long because the idea is that you're going to rip them. So there's some excess. So these 2 I'm just going to stick up like this for now. This is the one we were going to work on together. And of course, if you'd rather use more of the passports and less of the green, you could do that just by flipping the pieces. Bubble wrap. Okay, let's do that. I like the bubble. I actually like I really like the look of bubble wrap stamping. and this is one color, but we could do a bunch more, right? Like you can use this to like layer colors or do something that's more of a, I don't know, more of a distressed background. I like the look too, so I am partial. Okay, now we are to the one we're going to work on. Oh, whoops, one of these lost its little thing. You have this, which is mostly an accent piece for the top. This is our top piece, which is this neat map paper. Our sentiment, our bottom, and the part we're going to rip. The interesting thing is, like, these are sized so it layers like this. I think I must have just cut this too wide because this is 5 3/4. I think that is wrong. Let me just double check to make sure I didn't flip two blue pieces. 4A. 2C. Oh, I did mess these up. Okay. These are not the right blue pieces. These go into card 4. But there are blue pieces for this card. They're just more narrow, which makes sense because why waste the paper if you don't have to? A card for I think these are, yeah. Here we go. These are the correct ones. As these, because they're, yeah, these are the correct ones. Okay. Always good to figure that out before we like start ripping it, but And then we will put this back. Put this back. There we go. Yeah, so we can decide if we like. So let's try ripping this. If you want to do this, there are two things that are worth noting. You want to rip towards you if you want to see the white area, and a ruler designed for ripping is helpful. If you don't have that, you can any other ruler works. But basically, what you want to do is figure out where you want this. If you're using a tool like this, and hold this down, and then just sort of rip it. There's not really a right or wrong way to do this, although it does feel very destructive. But then you get kind of this neat white effect. For our distressed looking travel thingy. Oh, that's fabulous, Marie. Mia, congratulations. It's always nice when people are, helping you out, especially when especially I think you run into a lot of crafters who kind of at some point just want to start destashing stuff because they're kind of, people just get to the point where it's like, well, if I haven't touched it in a year, like when am I going to? So I was kicking myself. There was maybe a year or two ago, one of my parents' neighbors was destashing a bunch of craft stuff after one of the the crafter of the family kind of wound up passing away, and it was nice to be able to pick stuff up, but it's kind of a sad time. Let's just fit this in. So this is basically a really neat trick, if you will, because this is the same height, really. So it's gonna work out nicely. Well, it's one layer different, but it's it'll be fun. But it's easier to sort of align this when there are other pieces on yet. And I am using tape, so I'm going to try and be fairly careful. Although if we don't line it up properly, you can always cut it later. This one, since I distressed it, I think I'm going to glue down so I have a little more fudge time to get it where I want it. We are going to put a sentiment on top of this, of course, but I shouldn't say of course, but so these two layers are going to go together. We're going to also use these three things, but first, let us stamp this. Stamp our little sentiment piece. This time I will burnish it down. This is the one that talks about true north, which is cute. Basically, we want to have we're going to have a compass somewhere, so we're going to kind of make it a little more off to the right. I think kind of like that, because we're going to have a compass come in. So it looks a little off balance now, but part of this is going to be taken up by that. And then we will just pick this up, flip it over. I'm going to grab my wipe just to get any factory stuff off of it. A brown ink is used, so I think we will use the over coffee for this. I think if you were, I think this is, it probably tells you what close to my heart ink it is. It's like caramel or something. Toffee. Well, I was close. It was a dessert product, so Yeah, I don't think I am just not. Here we go. Let me re-ink this. I always forget how these new stamps just don't like to stamp the first time. But that's all right. That looks pretty good. The T is the only thing I think that didn't quite transfer. There we go. I might hit the T a little bit, just so that we are about equal. There we are. Very nice. You are my true north. Nice sentiment, too. Also, I like that these travel sentiments are fairly non-specific. Like, you could use them for... they're all kind of sentimental, but, you could use them for different occasions. It's not, it's not like a birthday or an anniversary or whatever, where it's all very specific. Let me grab my Gloria pickup tool here and just pull that off. So now what we're going to do is matte this, except it looks like I cut this to the wrong size, which is unfortunate. Let me just make sure it's not. So we can just cut, we'll just cut the edge off of this a little bit. It looks like we're what, half an inch too much. That's fixable. Very fixable. I'm just gonna go to half an inch. Again, since we're basically gonna be putting something over this, it's, oh, there we go. That'll be fine. Will be, even if we like got it really weird, it wouldn't be super wild. There we go. Now we're actually going to put this not on the true north side, but on the other side as sort of to add to kind of that it was taped down kind of vibe. So what I'm going to do is just put a little glue on the back, just so we can get that kind of like that. Have this, and then we're going to do our sort of faux tape again, but have it not be super perfectly accurate. Oh, I don't know why we're not focused at the moment, but that's all right. So I can actually glue this down too. There we go. So we once again have our pretend tape. Then what we're going to do is just sort of center this and then glue our our little compassy thing on it. So, whoop. There we go. A little extra ATG, more than I would like. There we go. That is better. Now we're just going to line this up. Just looking at our sketch, we kind of want this, yeah, like that. Just gonna put that down and then grab one of our green compasses, opposed to one of our blue compasses. There we are. And then this kind of grounds, this kind of, I like it. This piece kind of keeps all the three layers together, which is pretty neat. And again, we could, and I think we will, I'll grab a little extra bit here to use as just sort of a, to add a little more layers to the side that's more off the, that's not on the, that like piece with the sentiment. So just do that. And then sure we're nicely glued down. And we have our other card. So just to show you, we cut everything and we've made 2 cards so far. If you are in my friend Lynn's group, I will post better pictures of these because I know these are kind of a nightmare to see on camera because like colors on camera and colors in real life are a little different. Oh, I forgot to embellish this. How silly of me. So we need a couple stars. We need a big star for on top of our, not embellishing things is like probably like the worst card crime one could commit. So we want a little star on top of our compass center. And then grab a big star, or we're going to kind of tuck that in. We're going to see if we can tuck it in. It may not tuck in very nicely because I glued this down really well. Yeah, it's not going to tuck in, but I'm just going to put it sort of over here. And then, whoop, there we are. The nice thing about this glue is it'll dry clear. And then I'm going to grab one more, and we're just going to kind of put it somewhere over here by the sentiment just to kind of balance it out. I'll balance out the 2 stars we have thus far. There we go. Let's do that. I do like these wood accents, though. I mean, they're not as blingy as, like, you know, rhinestones, but I mean, they add a lot of sort of natural vibe to it. Oh, well, it helps if this is put together. Anyway, so thanks for hanging for quite some time. This evening, afternoon, lunchtime, I guess, belated lunch if you are here in the Central Time Zone like me. But anyway, these are the 2 cards. I will post pictures over in my friends group. Her group is Friends of LV Handcrafted. If you are not familiar with her, I know a lot of us are in a lot of the same group. So if you are, that works too. And I usually post them on my Instagram as well. Anyway, great to see you guys. Thanks for hanging. If you need anything, links to various things and also my email address are usually in the description here. So if you need anything, feel free to reach out. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And anyone who is around on in 2 hours, I hope to see you over in my friend Lynn's chat, and we can just have a nice little chit chat there while people are crafting with Spellbinder stuff. Anyway, have a great rest of your day. Talk to you later.